Alright. So, we are back to it, career mode. Finally got that Jet ATP rating that I've been going after for 2 weeks now, and we finally have the ability to fly the 737 MAX on a mission. Forgive me if I sound a little weird or rough or whatever. I am still recovering from being ill earlier this week, but yeah. I did manage to, in my own time, fly a VIP charter airline mission with the 737 MAX, and so I got my first taste of what it was like to fly that aircraft. And I gotta say, I'm both disappointed and impressed at the same time. This aircraft, let me just tell you about the reasons I'm disappointed first, so we end on a positive note. The first thing is the way that it looks inside of the aircraft. It almost looks like a cartoon. It doesn't look as realistic as I thought it would. I mean, if you look at the outside here, this plane looks absolutely amazing, stellar, if you would. But as soon as you get inside the aircraft, it looks almost cartoonish. I mean, the graphics are good. It's pretty detailed, but it's almost like it's got black edges, like you could color them in or something. It's a hard thing to describe, but it looks a little just definitely like a default aircraft inside. And then the second thing is how it flies. It isn't the worst thing I've ever experienced, but it's a little harder to maintain attitudes and banks and stuff than I thought it would be. This plane likes to do this whole bobbing up and down thing. It's a little rough. I don't know. It could definitely use some work, but again, it's a default aircraft. Can't expect a lot. But what I do really like about this aircraft is the extent of the functionality. It's actually impressive how many of the buttons and knobs and all that stuff work in this aircraft. Down to the packs, to bleed air systems. You can go up and there's just more functionality to it than I would have ever imagined. And even the FMC is pretty standard. You have like your performance pages works really good. Pages that in Microsoft 2020, like for the A320 and all of the airliners that came with, it didn't have that level of functionality. Like, you couldn't even click those buttons, but here, at the very minimum, you can click them, which is pretty cool. So it definitely can do more than a majority of default aircraft, well, any default aircraft for that matter, that we have seen in the past. So I like it. I just wish it was a little easier to control. So that's kind of my take on it. It's both rough and impressive at the same time, and that is my reasoning why, and I'm sticking to it. Alright, so now that we got our Jet ATP, we have opened the ability to do the passenger transport missions, and this is the mission that opens up the rest of the passenger transport missions. So this is the one that everyone has to do to unlock these missions, and I just thought I would check it out. The reason that I'm streaming this mission is because I tried to open up the VIP charters when I unlocked that, and the mission totally glitched out, and it essentially crashed my plane, or went off course, or whatever it thought it was doing. And I just think that perhaps, because I went into the EFB for that mission, and tried to, change a bunch of stuff, maybe that was the problem. But we're just going to, since this is a mission that unlocks the other ones, I think that maybe we're not supposed to mess with it. So, excuse me. We are not going to go into the EFB and do any alterations whatsoever to the flight plan. We're just going to roll with what it gives us, and we're going to take it there. So, we're not going to touch the EFB. We're going to go ahead and fly. And also, for Christmas, I did happen to get gifted the Logitech radial panel. That's really neat. I used it for VATSIM yesterday, and it does a really good job. I love the ability to switch between COM 1, COM 2, nav 1, nav 2. It even has ADF, DME, and the transponder capability, which is really neat, so I'm loving that. And then the only thing is it's kind of weird when you turn in the knobs. You have to, like, you know, turn it 2 clicks to get to the next setting, but I think that's just to prevent you from accidentally overrunning the frequency you're looking for. But thanks, Mom, for that. Really appreciate it. Very, very kind Christmas gift. Ooh, we got a tug bouncing around. Alright, so we're just going to verify that, you know, all of the covers and stuff are off. We don't want this game pulling any tricks on us and docking us for not removing any covers, but it doesn't look like it. The mission steps don't say anything. There's no engine covers. Looks like there's no probe covers, so we should be good there. So let's go ahead and throw our mission steps here. Same thing, ATC window, and I think we're gonna try and use both the ATC and the intercom on the communication window, because I don't know, these automatic response ones don't seem to cover everything. The airline VIP charter that I did with the 737 MAX, ATC kind of glitched out and it skipped a bunch of stuff, and I got like a 63% on the airline procedures, which doesn't make sense because I didn't really miss any radio calls as far as I'm concerned. So we're just going to do everything from the window here and make sure that we get our 100% on airline procedures if at all possible. So let's go ahead and enter the aircraft.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's make this flight to Seoul/Incheon a great experience.
Okay. This is final call to all passengers. Alright. So real quick, I'm just going to verify that my control settings are the way I left them last time, because I almost crashed the airliner because I loaded in and my yoke and rudder pedals, well, my rudder pedals were actually fine, but my yoke and my throttles and everything, there was no controls to them. So we're going to go ahead and just search by input. Okay, that's good. Okay, that's good. Cool. Cool. Alright, so everything stayed the same. That's good. Just wanted to verify. Because, you know, I forgot to do my flight control check, and my flight controls weren't working, and I tried to take the plane off, and it wasn't moving. So, just give me 1 second.
Captain, it's Min Song from the cabin crew. Passengers ready for boarding, Captain. Waiting on your okay.
Alright, so Alright, so before we request the passenger boarding, we're just going to get the aircraft as set up as possible. Oops. Okay, the shift settings, that's 6, 5. Okay, so the speed brakes are up, the flap lever's up, the throttles are on idle detent, and then we'll make sure that the gear lever's down. That it is. Cool. Alright, let's go to the overhead panel. We're going to go ahead and turn our APU on. And we're going to wait for that to become available. Oh yeah, we should get all the panel lights on, otherwise we're not going to be able to see anything. The only thing about the Max that I'm unsure of is where exactly the APU, EGT, and all that is. I don't know if it's on the screen down here. I haven't been able to find it anywhere. Let's go to engine. Nope. Where is that APU information? That's the question. Whatever. While we're waiting for the APU to start up, we're gonna go ahead and get all of our panel lights going. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to see that. Okay. 4? Nope. 5, 6. There we go. Definitely gonna have to get used to the different camera pre-selects. Oh, this cold is a nasty one. Alright. Cool. So the APU gen is available, so we'll go ahead and do that. Ground power will turn off. Alright, yaw damper can stay off for now. We'll get the left forward fuel pump going. APU gen battery, we are indicating a positive charge. That's all good, said and done. APU gen's on, cool. Fasten seatbelt signs can come on. No smoking can come on. I'm actually curious as to why that's not labeled. We'll go ahead and test these buttons real quick. The ground call doesn't work for... Interesting. Alright. Move the camera up a little bit. Window heats are coming off. Probe heats can stay off for now. Wings and engine anti-ice off for now. We're going to go hydraulic pumps. A's are on. B's are off. Cool. Packs can go to auto. Isol valve. Let's leave that open for now. APU bleed is coming on. And then we will also turn on the engine bleeds for when they're... Or actually, we won't do them simultaneously. Won't give it a dual bleed. Not sure what our cruise altitude is or our landing altitude, so we'll just leave that for now. Logo lights are coming on. Position lights are in steady, and we're good with the overhead panel. Go up one. Test our alerts. Passenger oxygen is normal. Everything looks good, cool. Service phone off, and we will throw our IRSs into nav mode. Test our flaps position. ELT is armed. Okay. I like what I'm seeing, so we'll request the passenger boarding, because that does take a while.
Boeing Foxtrot, Kilo Lima 6 115. Could you please get the passengers on board?
And now we're going to see a series of services in the top right corner here. Catering, baggage. We'll do baggage next.
Boeing Foxtrot, Kilo Lima 6 115. Could you please send the baggage?
Boeing Foxtrot, Kilo Lima 6 115 baggage is on the way.
And catering.
Jeju Ground, Boeing Foxtrot, Kilo Lima 6 115. Could you please send the catering truck?
Boeing Foxtrot, Kilo Lima 6 115. The catering truck is on the road.
Catering truck is on the road. Okay. And then we'll see if anything's next. Oh, we'll request our clearance. First thing, position in it. Reference airport. Ooh, actually, where are we? JEJU. Is that correct? I'm just gonna confirm that real quick. I don't remember. Yeah, okay. Okay. That's correct. Yeah. Okay. So we'll go to our route page, RKPC to RKSI. So all that is in there. That's good. Looks like our flight number is Foxtrot Kilo Lima 6115. Oop. 6115. There we go. Flight number. Sweet. Perfinet. Zero fuel weight. We're just going to put in there. Gross weight's fine. Reserves. Okay. We'll go ahead and do... Let's call it 3.0 on the reserves. We'll go ahead and do a standard cost index of 35. Flight level, what is our flight level? You know what? Maybe we should obtain our IFR clearance real quick. Go back to clearance. Request
JG
IFR
ground,
clearance, there we
Boeing
go.
Foxtrot, Kilo Lima 6 115, ready to copy IFR clearance to Incheon.
Boeing Foxtrot Kilo Lima 6115 is cleared
Flight
to
level
Incheon Airport
230,
via the Romeo
that's what
Delta
we're at.
Romeo Tree Whiskey departure. Expect runway 25. Maintain FL 230. Departure frequency is 119er. 225 squawk 7421.
I can squawk manually. I'll read it back.
Cleared to Incheon via the Romeo Delta Romeo Tree Whiskey departure runway 25.
Sweet.
Maintain FL 230. Departure frequency is 119.
One thing that does not work is this transponder right now. You can flip it to TARA, but you can't change the code in here, which is really strange. But since I have the radio panel, I can change the code, and it does show up over here. So that's a little bit of an interesting thing with this aircraft. Okay, so 5% have boarded the aircraft. We got 115 passengers, I believe it said, so that's going to be all fun. We were given a clearance all the way up to flight level 230, so we'll go ahead and throw that in the autopilot, have that ready to go. 250 knots on the climb out, just cause. Looks like we're taking off runway 25, so we'll go ahead and set the heading bug to 250. Turning the knobs on the autopilot in this thing is actually really strange. Okay, let's see if our altimeter will, well, let's listen to ATIS.
Jeju Airport information, India 1800 Zulu. Windcom. Visibility 9er. Sky condition clear. Temperature 15. Dew point 1 tree. QNH 101 tree 25.
Okay, so it is
ILS
standard
Yankee runway
pressure.
25 in use. Landing and departing runway 25.
Okay. And we're looking for 126.8. Or I'm sorry, nope, that's ATIS. Never mind. We're back on ground. Alright, we have 11% of passengers. It looks like our IRSs are aligned. Okay, let's go back to the FMC now and finish what we were doing. Almost forgot about that. Now we're going to go to the N1 limit. We have executed our performance. That's good. 91.9%. Looks fine to me. Takeoff. We'll do a flaps 5 takeoff. We'll throw the CG in there. Trim 4.25. Now, one thing I noticed about this aircraft is when it comes to the trim, if you set it to what, you know, this tells you, the nose is not going to want to pick up. The trim is very weird on this aircraft, and I think it's a little more forward than what is indicated. So we drop the trim down here. We could put it to 4.25, but I did find that last time it really wanted to nose down. Like, it was so bad. Oh, you know what? That's the arrow right there. I'm looking at the top of the indicator. So we'll put it to 4.25, and then I'll have to let you know what it feels like, because it's a little odd, that trim, to be honest with you. Okay, we're going back to this. Okay, so our V speeds are all set up, our CG is set up. Go to index. double check our performance, just make sure that's all still there. Yes, it is. Alright, cool. So we're going to route. Want to take a look at the legs page, see if there's any discontinuities, which there are not, so that's good. Looks like we're landing on 3-4 right. Excellent. Route data. So we're looking at... Huh. Looking at just under an hour for flight time, that's good. Let's go to our VNAV page. So target speed is 250 on the climb. We did put our performance in, so... Now everything in these pages should be based off of the cost index that I threw in, but it doesn't look like that's totally registering right now, which is fine. Okay, so we're going to verify that we have everything set up. We have our altimeter in, we have the autopilot set. And now I guess we just wait for the passengers to board. This is going to take a while, it seems like. So why don't we go ahead, go into drone mode here. And we'll just go into the aircraft. Oh. Oh no. Okay. What? Oh, I hit tab by accident. Whoops. Okay, so we do have passengers in the aircraft. Probably actively boarding. We're gonna slow that drone speed down for sure. There we go. That's a little more controllable. Okay, so I can't control that with the mouse. It's a little weird, but and I accidentally reset it. I'm used to those Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 controls, which I thought I had it on, but apparently I didn't. I guess while we're out here, we can just take a peek, check out the area. This is Jeju International. Doesn't appear to be properly rendered in. That's a lot of squares. Huh. Got windmills out in the middle of the ocean. I wonder if that's actually a thing or if that's a mistake. Kind of taking a look around here. I mean, this looks pretty cool. It's a very dense city. Buildings look a lot similar to what you would see around here. I do like the landscaping. Got a nice mountain up here. Oh. Very neat little area. It doesn't look like the airport is handcrafted by any means, but perhaps the airport where you're going to does. Excuse me. Alright, we'll get back in the cockpit here, and guess we're just gonna have to wait for some passengers to board. Definitely my mistake on the boarding. I should have started that as soon as that was available. Did not realize it was gonna take this long, so my apologies for that one. But it's 50% boarded, and hopefully it gets done very soon, and then we'll go ahead and haul on out of here. But yeah, I mean, as I was saying in the beginning of the stream, I am amazed at just how many of these buttons work. They function. I don't know if they work exactly how they're supposed to, but they do work and they do stuff, so it's really interesting. And then you turn the packs on and you get the duct pressure here, and we'll go ahead and have those bleeds on. Oh yeah, we do have a dual bleed, which is fine. So now that we have our cruise altitude, we'll set that 23, flight level 230. Really unsure of the landing elevation. Going to RKS. Yep. Oh, so the field elevation is only 23 feet, so we don't even need to really set the landing altitude. 20 feet's about sea level, so we're just going to leave that right where it is. Okay, boarding seems to be hopping up a good chunk. Kind of crazy that it gives us, trying to do the math here, gives us about 19,000 pounds of fuel for a 1 hour flight. That's actually kind of insane. It's a lot of fuel for that, you know, quick of a flight, but whatever. One thing I did find on the VIP airliner charter that I did was VNav. It works. It works really well, actually. It descends when it's supposed to. Does everything it's supposed to, but the thing is the in-game ATC still doesn't really help you out as far as when to descend and everything. So I just wait for instructions by ATC. You know, in the missions where you have an arrival attached to an approach, they descend you just fine. I find that they do alright there. However, they didn't instruct you to do the whole arrival. I found myself cutting off of the arrival really early to get to the beginning of the approach, which is, it was weird because they didn't say proceed direct shell, you're cleared ILS, whatever. I had to break off from the arrival that I was on to go direct to shell was the name of the waypoint, and really hard to explain what happened there, but there was a whole half of the arrival that got skipped because ATC seemed to want me to go direct to shell even though the flight plan said to do otherwise. So we went with what ATC said, and it wasn't, I cut a 63% on airline procedures, so we'll see what we can scrape up on this flight. Just waiting for those passengers to get aboard and ready. Another kind of wonky thing as well is when you are when you turn into the autopilot, the transition from your controls to the autopilot trim is very aggressive, so you really want to trim as on point as possible to the flight director, then flip the autopilot on. Otherwise your plane is just going to get flung around and it's going to be a gong show. And you know what, just because of that, I think I'm going to reduce the speed to 200 knots, and then we'll slowly climb up to the 250, up to 10,000, just because any changes you make to this autopilot, like, it likes to really just kick over aggressively, and it puts forces on the plane, and my passenger satisfaction took quite a hit on the VIP charter airliner edition. And I think it had something to do with the way that the autopilot was doing really fast controls on the aircraft, so we'll build up speed slowly. Man, if the no skip bonus wasn't so nice, I'd be getting out of here, but it's alright, we're treating this like a real flight. We will complete it as such. So after the update, it seems like this game is performing overall a lot better. There's still some bugs here and there. As far as the ATC bug that I was talking about earlier, ATC, it seemed like there was a handoff that was skipped, because I was on a center frequency, and usually it's like, hey, this aircraft, contact this center, and then you acknowledge that and get handed off. Well, there was a point in the middle of cruise where all of a sudden there wasn't any handoff instruction from ATC, but the ATC window right here just suddenly flipped to the tune to this center on this frequency, so there was no handoff. And I also think that that was part of the reason I got docked for airline procedures, is because there was a handoff that was supposed to be given, but it wasn't, so I wonder if it still thought I was supposed to acknowledge a non-existent instruction and, you know, kind of docked me accordingly. So we're going to watch that very carefully, and then we're also going to just do the intercom via this window if it gives us prompts to do like a pushback instruction and all that stuff. Anytime a prompt comes up on the mission steps, we're just going to go to the intercom page and see if a, you know, prompt shows up here. This boarding is taking forever. And it's all for the no skip bonus. That's right. But that's okay, because this gives us an opportunity to sit and chat. If, Oops, sorry, I read an email. Got very distracted there. It gives us an opportunity to chat if anyone winds up joining in. Ask questions. Say what's up. Alright, 90%. We're almost there. Oh man. I do apologize that I'm still clearing out from whatever I had earlier this week, but I'm almost there. I'm slowly but surely feeling better. %. We're getting somewhere. Let's go. And since this is taking forever, I think what I'm going to do is pick a relatively shorter flight for the next one if we have time to do so. Actually, hard to believe I've already been on for 45 minutes and we're still not even boarded yet. Definitely should have taken that into consideration. Oh well, you live and you learn. Definitely on the next flight, we're boarding as soon as the prompt comes by. To the VIP airliner charter, it was definitely a lot faster because you have like, I think 2 or 3 passengers you're flying, so it's took a while. But with 115, it's definitely accounting for the number. Oh my goodness, I just realized I tried to do the math on the fuel and the total is literally right in front of my face. That's embarrassing. For any chat that might be there, go ahead and roast me for that one. Right. 99%. Come on, baby. Let's go. Alright, since we're almost there, let's quick get ready. Fuel pumps are all coming on. We do have fuel in the center tank, so center pumps are coming on. We'll turn this to Gen 1, so when we turn the engine generators on, we can see immediately how our generation is doing. Hydraulics can stay off for now. Packs are going to come off. ISOL valve is open. APU bleed is on, so we'll get a good engine start. Alright. Verify that everything up here is set to exactly how it should be. It is. Okay, radio panel, everything is set to exactly how it should be. We are on TARA, Traffic Advisory and Resolution Authority. Cool. Come on, 1 more %. Just hit 100 already, would you? Been keeping us waiting a while.
Captain, we are
There
at
it is.
50% of fuel.
50% of fuel. That's a lot of fuel for the flight we're doing. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and request our pushback
JG
clearance.
Ground, Boeing Foxtrot Kilo Lima 6115 gate 20 information India. Request pushback.
Boeing Foxtrot Kilo Lima 6.
Okay, pushback is approved, so the beacon light is coming on. We'll go ahead and release the parking brake, and we will request our pushback.
JG Ground, Boeing Foxtrot Kilo Lima 6115.
And we are
Requesting
ready to do
pushback.
so.
Boeing Foxtrot
Yep, doors
Kilo
closed,
Lima
jet bridge is
6,
going to detach.
115 pushback request accepted.
Okay. Yep, there's the jet bridge. The tug is getting hooked up. Alright, now we're finally beginning this flight. Cool. So we're going to wait for ignition clearance
Tow bar is set, Captain.
before we start our engines. Now, I don't much like the visual aids, you know, the boxes and the pins that tell you where you're going in flight, but I do like them on the ground because I don't trust the default sceneries on these airports. Taxiways might be labeled wrong or whatever, so I'm just going to use the visual aids on the taxi routes and then turn the visuals off when we get in the air. Alright, so we got our ignition clearance, so APU bleed is on, packs are off. So we'll go ahead and put engine number 2 to GRD. Alright, N2's coming up. We'll watch the oil pressure. Oil pressure is starting to come up. EGT has risen a little bit. Our N2 is going to be motoring. We'll wait for that to disappear, or see if that disappears. Doesn't seem like the motoring is going to disappear.
Pushback is complete.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to. So we're going to just introduce the fuel now. Okay, pushback is complete, so let's go ahead and set the parking brake for now, while we're starting engines. See, I mean, the functionality of this aircraft is actually really impressive to me because, you know, in the past, for default aircraft, you weren't able to, you know, do the ignition and then introduce the fuel later. You had to introduce the fuel to even get the N2 to spark up, but now, you know, the default aircraft, you can turn the ignition on and then you can introduce fuel when you're supposed to introduce fuel. So that's really impressive as far as the aircraft, but I don't know. Tell me what you guys think. This whole cockpit right here just looks a little cartoony to me, but I might be wrong. Engine number 1 ignition's coming on. And then we'll just do the standard introduce fuel at 25% N2. And our trim is set like that. Alright, 25% N2, we'll introduce fuel. See, I do believe that the motoring has to turn off in the real aircraft before you introduce the fuel, but I don't think in the default aircraft that will go away until you introduce fuel, so that's something to keep in mind. Yep. Oil pressure's up, EGT is up, N2's coming up. Sweet. Oil temp is rising. We're at a good oil temp. Alright, we have a stable engine start. Sweet. Go to the overhead panel, the yaw damper can come on, fuel pumps are on. We'll go ahead and turn on the engine generators. Alright, we'll go down here, everything looks good here. Probe heats are coming on, hydraulic pumps are coming on. Wait for the low pressure to disappear. Alright, hydraulics are working just fine. Packs are going on auto. ISOL valve on auto. We'll turn the bleeds on and the APU bleed off. And then we'll turn the APU off. Sweet. Alright, flaps are going to 5. Auto brake to RTO. And we'll do a flight control check. And we'll throw the spoilers up just to make sure. Spoilers do rise. And they retract. Alright. We're looking good there. Let's go ahead and request our taxi clearance. Back to clearance. And taxi IFR.
Jet ground Boeing Foxtrot Kilo Lima 6 115 with India ready to taxi IFR.
Boeing Foxtrot Kilo Lima 6 115 taxi to and hold short short of runway 25 via taxiway Bravo.
Okay, we're ready to
Cross
taxi.
runway
Taxi
13
lights
Alpha.
coming on.
Contact tower on 118. 55 when ready.
Alright, 11855 will be on standby. We'll acknowledge the taxi clearance.
Taxi to and hold short runway 25 via
And I will
taxiway
use my
Bravo
handy
cross
dandy new
runway
panel to
13 Alpha,
put
Foxtrot
11855 on
Kilo
standby.
6115.
Because this is really cool. Alright, cool. Parking brake's coming off. We'll sit on the brakes for a second, and we do have our visual aids. Looks like we got to make an immediate left turn, so we'll do that. Cool. Let's get this show on the road, finally. Now, the default aircraft, as far as engine power, you should be able to, you know, increase the engine power and put the throttles to idle and be able to taxi at the same speed, but yeah. So it doesn't look like in the intercom anything is going to pop up, so we'll have to use the prompts to talk to our passengers.
Ladies and gentlemen, our captain has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign.
See, but if you go to
Please stow
engine
your hand
idle,
luggage underneath
the
the
plane
seat
is going to
in front of you
slow
before
down
you
rather
operate
rapidly.
compartment. Make sure your
It
seat
does
back
idle
is
at
fully
19%
trained
N1, which I think is a
upright
little
position.
low.
If you were seated near
But
a
again, I'm not an
exit,
actual
carefully
737
read the
pilot, so I
special
can't really
instructions
speak
card
on
located
that
under the seat.
behalf.
A reminder that this is non-smoking flight, including the lavatories. If you have any questions, feel free to ask one of our attendants. Thank you.
Alright, so since we're taxiing, the both flight directors can come on. Hopefully we have enough clearance from these trees. I find it hard to believe that those trees are there in real life, but I could be wrong. Introduce a little more power. I like to taxi at about 15 to 20 knots ground speed, and then about 10, maybe a little less on turns. Just gonna do very small movements on the throttle because the throttle sensitivities are kind of odd in my opinion. Are we crossing a runway? Yes, we are. Landing lights are coming on, turn-offs, and anti-collision lights are on strobe. Alright, we're clear of the runway. Turn all the lights back off for now. Oh, excuse me. I apologize if I sound like garbage. Alright, we are almost at the runway. We'll start slowing down. One thing that I kind of wish that the game would have done is this little hold short box right here. It's the same size for all aircraft, and so when you pull up to this box, and it won't register you holding short of the runway until your mains cross the box, and you're holding short. But look, the nose of the aircraft is over the hold short line, so technically we're in the runway, and that's not where you're supposed to be. So I wish they would adjust the boxes for the size of the aircraft that you are flying. I don't know if they have the capability to do that, but it is what it is. So we'll go ahead and switch to 11855. We'll request our takeoff clearance.
Jeju Tower, Boeing Foxtrot Kilo Lima
Turn
6,
landing lights, turn off
115
lights,
ready for
strobe
IFR
lights
departure
on,
runway 25.
and we'll arm the auto throttle.
Kilo Lima 6115 QNH 1013.
We'll go ahead and do heading select for now, and we will do flight level change. And we'll acknowledge our takeoff clearance.
Clear for takeoff, runway 25, Boeing Foxtrot, Kilo Lima 6 115.
And it doesn't look like our intercom gives us any prompts to talk to the passengers, so that's kind of unfortunate,
Ladies
but
and gentlemen, prepare for takeoff. Please
we'll
ensure
roll
your
with it,
seatbelt
see what
is
happens.
fastened tightly in
Alright,
your
let's
seat,
go ahead and enter
is
the
in an
runway.
upright position, and your tray table is securely stored. Thank you.
We'll put 119225 on standby. As I'm very carefully watching the runway here. Alright. Line up. Engines are going to 40%. And engines are stable. Toga power. Alright, 80 knots, cross check. Airspeed is alive. V1, rotate. We'll slowly pull up on the nose here.
V1,
Come on,
rotate.
get in the air. You're a little late on that. Thanks, co-pilot. Alright, so we'll start by going 20 degrees, nose up. We have a positive rate of climb, so gears coming up. And then just for noise abatement and clearing the area, we'll
Boeing
20
Foxtrot,
degrees
Kilo
nose
Lima
up.
6115, contact J2 departure on 119er, 225. Good day.
Alright, 119 or 225.
119er, 225 for Boeing Foxtrot, Kilo Lima 6
Okay, we'll lower the nose now that we've cleared the congested area. We switched frequencies, and we'll contact departure.
Boeing Foxtrot, Kilo Lima 6 115 is at 1,900 feet, climbing.
Alright, now that we're picking up speed, 180, we'll put flaps 1.
Boeing Foxtrot, Kilo Lima 6115, J2 departure, QNH 1.
The trim is very nose down at the moment. Yep, here's that bobbing that the aircraft likes to do, so you have to do insanely small movements. So flaps are going up totally.
15 reset transponder. Squawk 7421.
Okay, that's what I thought we were doing. That's what this is indicating right now. Alright, so let's go ahead and flaps up. We'll increase the speed to 220. And we'll try and get there. And then we'll flip the autopilot on and watch how aggressively this changes.
15, your transponder appears
Oh, that actually wasn't that bad.
malfunctioning reset. Squawk 7421.
7421, that is what I'm squawking. Okay, so the transponder is bugged. 7421. Okay.
Boeing Foxtrot, Kilo Lima 6115, your transponder appears inoperative or malfunctioning reset. Squawk 7421.
That is bugged. Alright, we're gonna put max direct, execute, throw it in LNAV mode, and then let's see what we can do with this transponder. Should have auto squawked when I picked up my clearance. It worked. It worked that way for the
Boeing Foxtrot,
VIP airliner.
6115, contact Incheon Center on 12545. Good day.
12545. We'll acknowledge the handoff.
Going to 125. 45 Boeing
Tune that in
Foxtrot,
on the
Kilo
radio.
Lima 6 115.
Put that active. Contact center.
Incheon Center, Boeing Foxtrot, Kilo Lima 6
Alright, now we'll climb at 250.
9,300 feet, climbing FL2 tree 0.
Okay, so the autopilot's moving a little more smoothly for this flight. We'll turn the visual aids off. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
10,000 feet.
Dang it. Okay, we're gonna go to our settings, and we're gonna go to keyboard, and 2020, so that didn't save the way I thought it was. I'm glad I...
Boeing Foxtrot, Kilo Lima 6 115, verify squawking 7421.
That's what this is telling me. 7, 4, 2, 1. Come on. Let's go ahead and clear this. 7, 4, 2, 1.
Boeing Foxtrot Kilo Lima 6, 115, verify squawking 7421.
Okay, we're gonna clear. 7, 4, 2, 1. And hopefully we don't get that message again. We probably will, but we'll see. It's hard to tell what's going on when you put in the code and it only shows 2000.
Inoperative or malfunctioning reset squawk 7421.
Let's see if we can change that in our FMC here. We'll go to ATC. Not a lot you can do on this page. FMC com. Doesn't seem like that takes you to that page. Okay. Maybe we fixed it? I don't know, that whole squawk code thing was not happening on the VIP charter airline flight that I did, so that's a bug that's gonna have to get fixed. The transponder doesn't work very well. Didn't want to do that. Okay. Oh, we're above 10,000. That's my bad. Got distracted by trying to fight this transponder, so all of our lights can come off. We'll advise the flight attendants. Alright, we're past 10,000. Everything else on the overhead panel looks just fine. So maybe when I hit the FMC COM button, it fixed the whole squawk issue, or maybe the in-game ATC just gave up on it. I'm not sure. I just really hope I don't get docked for that, because that's a very aggressive. Another thing too is this standard button doesn't work. I right click and then click, it doesn't work. Right click twice, doesn't work. There's no way of setting this to standard, so you have to manually tune to standard, deal with the caution light that's coming on here, and yeah. It is what it is. So we'll go to climb here, VNav. So yeah, it didn't take our performance data, and it didn't set up a VNav, even though we threw in a cost index, so let me go to our performance page, index, performance, and see if we're missing something here. Maybe it's just the cruise wind? Can we just, invalid entry, okay. So you know what, we will put our own definitions in here. We'll cruise at, we'll just call it through 295, and then we'll do Mach 0.77. and see where that takes us for now. Key not active. What? See if we can delete that. Key not active. See, this was all working just fine on the other flight too. Okay. So VNav is no longer working properly. Oh, auto brake can go to off. Okay. So we still have a bit of bugginess going on here, but I will say overall it has improved. Let's see how many miles. Oh. We have a very short cruise coming our way. Alright, we'll see if this mission is the only thing that's bugged. And I guess we'll test our next flight and see if it's any better or any worse. Because I don't know, this is very interesting. So we're in cruise. We'll let it level off for a second because last time it did level off a little aggressively. Nope, that actually did just fine. Okay. We're not dealing with any bumps, so they can take their seatbelts off, and then we'll inform them of cruise.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking. Today I'm assisted by co-pilot Hein Jun Ha. Welcome
And
aboard
then I'm going
flight
to flip this
FKL
over to Mach
6150
speed mode, and we're going to bump
to
those
Seoul
numbers up to
Incheon.
Mach
We are currently
0.77.
cruising at an altitude of 23,000 feet and at an airspeed of 250 knots. It's 4:48 p.m.
Air
On behalf of all
conditioning.
crew members, we thank you for flying with us today. So please sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest
So
of
the
the
bleeds
flight.
are on, the
Thank
packs
you.
are on auto. That didn't really get rid of it, that's weird. Bleed, engine continuous. See what happens when we turn engine anti-ice on. Okay. The de-icing worked just fine. Okay. Based off of our settings here, I'm not 100% sure why these messages are coming up all of a sudden. Cabin altitude 7,300. Or I'm sorry, 3,700. Alright, this plane. Alright, so yeah, with the Max, we're definitely still dealing with some bugs here, so now I'm a little less impressed than I was earlier. I will say I am still relatively impressed with the functionality. We're going to do Mach 0.76, so we're not riding that line right there. Maybe 0.75 will do us better. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to try and be as far away from that, but as fast as possible without, you know, in case we hit some rough air, we don't want to overspeed the aircraft and overstress it. We'll get docked for that for sure, for not respecting the aircraft condition. Yeah, I don't know. I'm actually a little thrown off by the bleed, so now they're off again. Weird. Maybe just a weird bug when you get into cruise. Okay. Our top of descent is already about 120 miles out, so this cruise will be relatively quick. And we're getting the air conditioning message again. Okay, so this is going to be an on and off thing. Yeah, that's a bug. Alright. So there's a bug with this aircraft, is the engine bleeds seem to be on and off, intermittent, and that's not supposed to happen. You have your bleeds on, and it's supposed to just be, you know, consistent. Very strange. Our cabin altitude seems to be also moving up and down and back and forth. It's kind of wiggling a little bit, and I don't think it's supposed to be that crazy with the movement, but we do have our pressurization on auto, so it shouldn't be doing that, but okay. Oh well. That's fine by me, it's just a bug. We can deal with that. Well, we're gonna have to deal with that. We don't really have another choice. But okay. We are in cruise. Sweet. And again, I do wonder if it's just this mission, because I did not have the problems I'm seeing now. Alright, we'll let them get their meals. I am not... These problems that I'm having now with the air bleeds, with the squawk code and all that stuff didn't show up. I mean, the squawk code wasn't displaying. It was stuck on 2000 over here for the previous flight that I did, but this was showing the proper squawk code, and I wasn't getting any alerts from ATC saying the transponder wasn't correct, so kind of odd that I'm suddenly dealing with this on this flight. So maybe it's just this mission. So we'll go to the next mission and we will, you know, I guess figure it out for ourselves. And maybe the passenger airline missions are broken and the VIP charter airliners are not. I'm not sure. Very unique situation. One thing I do want to do is go to the EFB right here, see if we have the charts available to us. We do. So something I've noticed is when you're doing these missions and you're doing flights outside of the US, you have charts available to you, but when you are in the US, I can never get the charts to be available. So that's really peculiar to me. So alright, well, we'll just look at the charts for the RNAV arrival, see what we have here. We are coming from... oh, we have to click to zoom in. So we're coming from Moxa, yep, okay, so Ullman. We want to be flight level 150 or above. We're just going to wait for ATC instruction as far as our altitudes are concerned. And then it looks like we're going to be making a left turn. That's a pretty aggressive left turn if you ask me, but... huh. Well, it doesn't look like the charts are 100% set up with this. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, you know what? Oh, I think this is if you're coming from this direction, and then this is the transition point into your approach. It's kind of hard to read, to be honest with you. So, yeah, okay. So, yeah. You're going in this direction, and then this point is where, yeah, initial approach fix. There we go. That's what I'm looking for right there. And we just want to make sure we have the altitudes properly set here. Oh. Interesting. Something popped up here. Do you have to be in VNAV mode for this to work? Is that what's going on here? Huh. So yeah, we do have proper altitude restrictions here, so it matches that of the chart. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have the approach plate on standby. We'll actually go ahead and brief it now and set up for it. So we'll zoom in here. So the ILS frequency is 108.1, so I'm going to go to my radio panel here. And we're on nav 1. We'll set it to 108.1. 108.1, put that in active. 108.1. Cool. Throw that in active as well. So both of our navs are set to the ILS frequency, and now I'm going to zoom in a little more here. So tower frequency is going to be 118.8. At least that's what I think we're going to go to. Alright, yeah, here we go. So NPIL, that is the initial approach fix, and then we're heading direct to Papa Yankee 019er. and then from there we're going straight to Niput, and that looks like the beginning of our approach. So we want to be Dalka 3,600 or above. That's this waypoint right here, and then we descend down to 1,600 Pipan, which I believe is the final approach fix, and then we'll descend down to, so we're doing just a normal Cat 1 DME. Glide angle is what I think that GA means, the 4.0%, and then I did some research on these charts, and the numbers in bold right here are your minimums MSL. So we're going to put barrel minimums to 230. Reduce that a little bit. Barrel minimums are 230, and oh man, I forgot to switch to barrel. It autos to radio. It's vice versa on the PMDG. So barrel minimums, and the fact that you can do this and you can set your, you know, your VREF and your flaps and all that stuff for your approach is part of what impresses me as far as the functionality. So it's a good thing you can set your minimum. So 230 verify. Yep, Cat 1 DME 230, and then we'll go to init ref, set up our approach, index approach, and at 30 our VREF is 138, so flaps 30 / 138, and we'll set that for flap speed. Now we have a VREF speed, which is good, and then the last thing is we'll set the approach course, which the approach course is, it looks like 333. All right. We'll set that in both. Alright, so we have our course set, we have our nav frequency set, we have our minimum set, and we have our VREF speed also set. So we are pretty much set for our descent and landing. Alright. Everything looks good. Love to see it. Alright, we'll go ahead and reduce the zoom to 80. We're coming up on top of descent relatively shortly. Just over 40 miles, about 60 miles. Oh, and you know what? Our center tanks no longer have fuel, so we'll go to the overhead panel and we will turn off the center tank pumps. And then I think for our descent speed, we'll start with Mach 0.7, and then once we start getting below 18,000, we'll go ahead and switch over to knots mode, and we'll descend at 280, and then once we get, you know, to 10,000, we'll slow it down to 250. We'll go back to the arrival and make sure there's no speed restrictions we're supposed to be following here. Look at the chart. Pull that up. Just make sure there's no speed restrictions here. Okay. 200. So there are no speed restrictions by the waypoints. We'll look on the rest of the chart and verify that there's nothing. So we got RNAV1, GNSS, DME required, radar required, operation time, that's fine. Speed and descent at, oh, speed and descent at pilot's discretion. Okay, cool. I don't think the descent is at our discretion because I don't think the in-game ATC can handle that level of discretion, but the speed is our discretion. So yeah, 280 we'll descend at and wait for ATC to give us descent clearances. Alright, we'll go back to the ILS page. Zoom in and just keep our minimums in front of our face. Cat 1 DME 230. Alright, less than 40 miles to top of descent. So at about 10 miles to top of descent, we'll go ahead and throw those seatbelt signs back on. I'm actually surprised we didn't get a handoff yet. Hopefully that doesn't mean anything. I haven't been paying much attention, but it seems like our bleed air issue is resolved. I hope. Alright, 10 miles to top of descent, seatbelt signs coming on. And then another thing I noticed is that this aircraft really, the autopilot in this aircraft has a really hard time maintaining airspeed exactly, particularly during descent. Alright, we're descending to 15,000, alright. So we did get a descent clearance at a relatively decent time. Alright, we'll throw on vertical speed mode. We'll slow down to Mach 0.70. Alright, we'll throw on vertical speed. and begin a descent, and we'll do slowly work our way down to 1,800 feet per minute. And we should get a prompt to advise passengers of descent up here, but it doesn't look like that's happening. Yeah, so
Ladies and gentlemen, services on today's flight to Seoul/Incheon. In a few moments, we will be offering a complete beverage service, including a range of complimentary beverages from fruit juices to cocktails, all listed on the refreshment menu.
so that's not the correct
Your
prompt,
flight
but
attendants
okay.
will also be serving a hot lunch accompanied by coffee, tea, and soft drinks. Have a pleasant flight.
So we do get prompts on the intercom, but that's not the one I was expecting. We should be able to notify the passengers and crew of the descent. So now that I know prompts do come up in flight, we'll have to monitor that a little bit better on our next flight. And then once we get to 15,000, that's when I think I'll slow down to 280 knots. I feel like we're descending at a good speed here, based off the altitude we're at.
Boeing Foxtrot Kilo Lima 6 115, you are 59 miles southeast. Descend and maintain 7,000 feet. Expect vectors ILS runway tree 4.
Okay, down to 7,000.
Boeing Foxtrot Kilo Lima 6 115, descend and maintain 6,100 feet.
Okay, 6,100, so we have two things to respond to.
Descend and maintain 6,100 feet. Expect vectors ILS runway tree 4. Or approach Boeing Foxtrot Kilo Lima 6 115.
Okay, so we have nothing to acknowledge on the ATC window, but this thinks we do. It gave us two instructions way too rapidly, so trying to hit the prompt to complete this, but it doesn't look like we're gonna get that. Okay. Very strange. Alright, so we'll flip over to indicated airspeed 280. Okay, now we can inform of the descent.
We've already started our descent to Incheon
And now we'll
IATL and expect to land in a few minutes.
advise
If you wanna adjust your
flight
watches,
attendants of
it's
our
10 a.m.
final descent.
Seoul/Incheon now, and temperature is 59 degrees Fahrenheit. On behalf of all our crew,
We'll
thank
throw
you
on
for
some
choosing
speed
Flight
brakes
Crew
just
today.
to
Wish you a pleasant stay in Seoul/Incheon.
get down to
and hope
280
see you
knots.
again very soon.
Okay. Yeah, this isn't working. I wonder if it's going to dock us now for a missed ATC call, or maybe it's just glitched and that's why it's still sitting there. I'm hoping that's the case. Because it didn't even give us a chance to respond to the 7,000 foot descent instruction. And if need be, to get below 250 knots at 10,000, we'll probably decrease our descent rate and then slow down to below 250 and then get back to our descent path. Because this aircraft doesn't seem to want to get to the speeds it's supposed to be at here. So what I'm going to do is at about 12,000 feet, we'll set it for 240 to make sure we don't go above 250, because it'll dock you at 251 in this game as far as I understand. And we're just going to prevent any loss of a rating that we can. anything else on the intercom it wants us to say. So we already did that. Let's hit it one more time and see what it does.
We've already started our descent to Incheon INTL and expect to land in a few minutes. If you want to adjust your watch it is in Seoul/Incheon now, and temperature is, on behalf of all our crew, thank you for choosing flight.
Okay, 12,000 feet.
We wish you a pleasant stay in Seoul/Incheon.
240 on the speed. And we will decrease our descent rate to get down to 240. And we'll go ahead and throw the landing lights and runway turn-off lights now so we don't miss that 10,000 foot mark. Okay, let's go ahead and decrease the descent rate even more. We still have speed brakes armed, or speed brakes out. The things you have to do to not get docked points here. And then once we get below 250, we'll increase the descent rate again, and then hopefully we can maintain below 250. The descent rate is probably going to have a major factor in that.
Boeing Foxtrot, Kilo Lima 6115, contact Seoul approach on 119er. 05.
11905. Okay, we'll acknowledge that instruction.
119er. 05 Boeing Foxtrot.
Okay,
Kilo Lima
let's get our descent rate back.
6115.
Do 1,500 feet per minute for now and see. Okay, that doesn't seem like too much. It might be a little bit.
10,000 feet.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead and put those speed brakes back out. Maybe not. We're going to use some drag to help us out here. And then we might get a further descent once we get near 6,100. I do have the airport in sight. Reduce the range again. And once we level off at 6,100, I'm going to pull the speed back even more just to make sure we don't bust anything. Kind of wondering if we're going to have a long taxi to the gate we need to go to, because that was the case for my last flight with this aircraft. Pretty aggressive on the rollout. Not terrible, but not great. So, since we're like 20 miles from the airport, I'm actually just going to reduce speed to 210 right now. Oh, shoot. I forgot to contact the approach controller.
Approach Boeing Foxtrot, Kilo Lima 6115 is at 6,900 feet, descending 6,100 feet.
That could have been tragic.
Boeing Foxtrot, Kilo Lima 6115, Seoul approach, QNH 101, tree radar contact, continue to Dalgat. Boeing Foxtrot, Kilo Lima 6115, your transponder
Here we go
is
again.
inoperative or malfunctioning, reset squawk.
Yeah, we're... The transponder on this is very broken. Okay. Alright. Get our speed brakes out. Should be getting a further descent here. Might have to chop and drop. Okay, we're gonna disarm the auto throttle.
Boeing Foxtrot Kilo Lima 6115, you're 14 miles southeast of
1,600.
Incheon. Descend and maintain 1,600 feet contact. Incheon Tower on 1182.
1182.
Descend and maintain 1,600 feet tower on 118. To Boeing Foxtrot Kilo Lima 6115.
Let's go ahead and get a much faster descent going.
Incheon Tower, Boeing Foxtrot Kilo Lima 6115.
Okay, we're gonna drop the gear
1 mile southeast inbound
and reduce the
ILS
speed
runway 34
significantly.
approach.
Boeing Foxtrot Kilo Lima 6115. Captain, we didn't retract the landing gear. 1013 cleared ILS runway 34. Our approach.
Cleared ILS runway 34. Our approach, Boeing Foxtrot Kilo Lima 6115.
We're introducing flaps. We're gonna try and get this airplane nice and slow. Flaps 5. I'm gonna take over by hand because something is not right here. So we have our speed brakes on, which is not great, but we'll do auto brake to 3. We're not gonna pitch down any much more than this. So we have 3 greens on the landing gear. So they really set you up for failure here. I don't like that very much. Probably gonna get docked on the aircraft condition just because of this maneuver we're doing to get
Cleared to land
on
runway
the glide
34.
slope that we're supposed to be
Foxtrot
on.
Kilo Lima 6115.
This is very rough. Alright, we can pitch up a little bit. We're descending at a good enough rate to capture that glide slope. Go ahead and do flaps 15 once we get to 180. Okay, now we're looking at an adjustable level. So the speed brakes are going to come back in. We're going to get our engine power back.
1,000.
There we go. Now we're on glide path. Flaps 25. And flaps 30. Give ourselves some engine power so we don't go too slow. Ooh, a little bit of a frame drop right there. Alright, so now we're looking a little low, so we'll add power to get higher. Okay, we're right at our VREF, which is fine. We can work with that.
Approaching minimums.
Okay, now we're back on glide path.
2 minimums.
Continue. This is going to be
100.
interesting.
50, 40, 30, light 20, 10.
Nice easy touchdown. Come on. Oh yeah, that was smooth as butter. Keep that nose up. Don't be too aggressive with the drop. Sweet. Speed brakes are coming out. Doesn't seem to work the way that I would like it to. Alright, we'll take over manual braking. We had 2 in reverse, that's good. Take the next exit. So I might have made a mistake as far as that descent is concerned because I switched to approach too late.
Boeing Foxtrot Kilo Lima 6115, contact ground on 12165.
12165. We'll throw that in standby.
121.
We can clean up the
65
flaps.
for Boeing Foxtrot Kilo Lima 6115.
So it wants us there on that box. But it's gonna probably dock us for entering a taxiway, I guarantee you. Because it wants you to be, you know, behind the whole shoreline, which is wrong because you're supposed to clear it, but whatever. We'll switch over to ground and we'll request taxi to parking.
Incheon, ground Boeing Foxtrot Kilo Lima 6115. Request taxi to parking.
Okay, we'll start our APU, turn the taxi light on, get our landing lights off, and strobe lights to steady.
Taxiing to gate
Turn the
16
visuals
using
back on.
taxiway. November. 4 Mike 12 Mike
Okay,
1,
looks like we're
Mike
making a right
Romeo.
turn.
4 Romeo 7 Boeing Foxtrot Kilo Lima 6115.
There's a sign right in the middle of the taxiway over here, which is very strange. We got a 1 nautical mile taxi. Yeah, this is gonna take a second. And we should be able to inform our passengers on the arrival. Yes, the APU is coming on. And then once the bus is available, we will switch over to APU power. Oh yeah, auto throttle. Taxi at about 15 knots. Okay. APU power should be available soon. Slow down just a little bit here. We have a turn coming up. APU power is available. Probe heats can come off. Turning at 17 knots, that's a little frisky. There we go, now we're starting to slow down. Oof. The controls on this aircraft are definitely a little bit weird, but they're doable. We don't want to taxi speed. Get docked for that on top of everything else. Yeah, the rating we're about to get on this flight is definitely questionable, but we'll see what it gives us given the conditions. Definitely still a lot of bugs to iron out, as at least this aircraft is concerned. I don't know if it's because of the mission or what the deal is, but because I am having problems on this flight that I didn't the last flight. So we'll have to find an airline mission and see if we run into the same issues. Alright, so our flaps are cleaned up. Make sure our speed brakes are up. Yes, they are. Taxi lights on, landing lights are all off. Cool. This definitely is one of those long taxis. slow down just a little bit to make this turn. Texting and taxiing, not a good idea. Alright, so we're almost to our parking spot. And then the good thing about these missions is it doesn't seem like you have to call the stairs and wait for deboarding and all that nonsense. As soon as you get the engine shut down, the mission does complete. No requirement for all of the extra waiting that we did in the beginning. Alright, so we're getting closer to our parking stand, so we're just gonna slow down and do a nice easy roll in. Boy, is that a sharp turn. We'll use differential braking to help us out a little bit. Alright, and since there's no marshaller, we'll go ahead to the outside view and just try and follow the line. See if we can stop where it wants us to stop. It doesn't look like the parking spot is on the line though. That's a little frustrating to many people's OCD. So we'll just keep going slowly. Get more aligned with the box. They want the mains to pass. Yes, they do. Alright, so we'll go ahead and set the parking brake. And we'll get everything else ready to go. Yaw damper can come off. We'll go ahead and get the window heats off as well. Probes are off. B's on the hydraulics will come off. APU bleeds coming on. Engine bleeds are coming off. Isolation valve can be open. And we'll go ahead and turn off the fuel. Alright, engines are shutting down, anti-collision lights are coming off. We are below 20% N1. And very strange to not get an announcement to the passengers on the arrival into this airport, so hopefully it doesn't dock us for that. Alright, let's see what we got. Yeah, airline procedure 75%. I'm not really sure. Well, we did get 100% on the aviator performances, so that's good, but passenger satisfaction 84, airline procedure 75, so that put us below an S tier. I'm going to take it. If I can get an A, I'm good with that for now, just because I know that there's bugs behind it. Obviously, I would prefer the S tier if I could get it, but it's really not going to work all that well if there's bugs preventing you from doing so. So we'll go ahead and hit next. We'll see how many credits that gained us. 16,620, that's pretty good. Hopefully this goes up a little bit. It does. Sweet. And we leveled up 2 levels. Okay. We'll take it. Alright. So now, I'm going to reload the sim, to prevent the infinite loading that I have experienced in the past, trying to go into another mission straight from another one. And then also, we'll see if maybe reloading the sim will help as far as, bugs and stuff like that. I'm not sure what was going on with that transponder thing. As I said before, that wasn't an issue. And then that bleed air thing that was going on during cruise was also very strange. So we'll reload the sim, we'll pick up a shorter airline mission, and then we'll come back to it. Yeah. Alright, so we're loaded back in, and we have a airline passenger transport flight from Washington Dulles to Toronto. Should be, you know, a relatively short flight. Give us a little bit of time to party and cruise and, you know, see what's going on with this aircraft. But we're going to try and see if this one goes a little bit better, a little less buggy than the, you know, the flight that opened up the airline passenger flights. So what we're going to do is go to the EFB, and since this isn't the flight that, you know, opens up the rest of them, I think we can mess with this flight plan a little bit. One thing I don't like is what's going on here. McRae to Vectu to Hotel Golf Romeo VOR. So we're going to get rid of that. So for the flight plan, we're going to, so the departure procedure is the McRae 2, so we'll keep that for now. What we're going to do is we're going to get rid of the Vectu waypoint and then go back to the map, and yeah, okay, so that's more of a straight-on path. That turnout and back in really didn't make much sense. So now we got Wozy, which is over Buffalo Niagara, which again I'm very familiar with, and then we have the arrival that leads us to the ILS. We'll probably give vectors to the ILS from there. Cool. Alright, just verify ILS 23, the arrival procedure. We don't have an arrival in this flight plan, but that's honestly fine by me. We'll just roll with it. I have a feeling we're going to need to cancel our IFR. Okay, file plan with ATC. We'll send the route to the avionics. And cool, and I'm going to see if we can do anything with the fuel, trip fuel and all that, so no we can't. It's very broken. So we have 19,773 pounds, which is standard. It gives us the same amount of fuel for every mission, which is kind of concerning. It seems like they still haven't fixed that fuel issue that has been going on. So we'll, that's plenty of fuel to get from Dulles to Toronto on a 737. 19,000 pounds should get you halfway, maybe a slight bit more across the country. So we'll go ahead and fly it. We filed, we send the route to our avionics. And we'll see if there's any required pre-flight procedures. Now this flight particularly, it only came with, I believe, 53 passengers, so the boarding time should be significantly less than that of what we saw on the passenger transport flight that opens the rest of them. And we'll wait patiently for that to load in. Cool. A little bit faster than I was expecting. It seemed like it was going to take a while. We got dancing tugs and baggage carts again, so that's fun. Alright, so good news is we don't have any covers to remove or anything, which is nice given the airliner thing. I agree with a lot of people that it's a lot more fun to, you know, do the whole pre-flight thing for smaller planes like the 172, maybe even like the King Air, like a typical 135 operation type aircraft. But as far as airliners are concerned, you know, you'll never really see airliners with engine covers and all that stuff. Typically they just don't do that. They turn really quickly, and you know, with my experience as an airline fueler, I've worked at night and I don't see them throw any covers on while they're sitting at the gate overnight. The only time I could see that happening is maybe if the aircraft is gonna sit on the hard stand for an extended period of time. So we'll go ahead and open the door and enter the aircraft.
Hi, Captain. We've got a great team aboard with Davy Barlow's cabin crew. First Officer Beatrice Foley.
Okay, so the announcement. So we'll go ahead and turn the APU on. We'll get everything ready for the passengers. We just want to make sure that they're comfortable when they board the flight.
Davy the Pursuer.
Forward
Ready to board
left pump
passengers.
coming on.
Waiting on your go-ahead.
Alright, my go-ahead will come very shortly. Emergency lights will be armed. As soon as that APU gen becomes available and we can get the APU bleed and packs on, we'll go ahead and do that. And I still don't know quite where to find the information on what the APU is doing. That's probably something I'm gonna have to look up, or maybe it's just something they forgot to add. I don't know. It's a default 737. I can't expect a lot. Looks like the APU never started. That's unfortunate. We'll be back to it. Okay, now we wait for the APU gen to be available. Alright, so low oil pressure for now. The APU is starting up, and then once that goes away, we'll know that the APU is running. This APU takes a while to start, I see. Okay, low oil disappeared. Now we'll wait for the bus to be available. Alright, it's available. Let's go ahead and get the packs to auto. APU bleed's coming on, and now the cabin temperature is going to be regulated, so we can absolutely request the passengers to board. And then as that's going on, we'll go ahead and start our flows here. Fuel pumps are fine for now. APU gen, we're indicating a positive charge. That's all good. Panel lights are on up here. Fasten seatbelt signs coming on. No smoking lights are coming on. Test the attendant button. We know that the ground call doesn't work very well. We'll request baggage. Alright, window heats are all coming on. Hydraulic pumps, A's are on, B's are off. Our packs are looking good. We'll have to wait for our clearance to get our cruise altitude. However, since we are in Canada, I can go to Toronto here and just check the field elevation real quick. Field elevation is 569, so we'll do 550. 550 works. And we'll request the catering. There we go. 550.
India 519er. Could you please send the catering truck?
Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er, the catering truck is on the road.
Okay. So logo lights are on, position lights are on. We'll go up to the overhead panel. Stick shakers work. Mach speed. IRSs are going to nav. Test the flap lights. Alright, elevator jam, landing assist is in the off position. Guard is closed. Passenger oxygen guard is closed. Looking good there. Alright. Get off the overhead panel. Let's go down to the radios. Go ahead and do what we didn't do last time and test the fault. That works. We'll have to hold that, I guess. Okay, the bells ring. The extinguisher lights don't turn on, however, so that's weird. Okay, lights work here. Panel lights are coming on. Down here. One thing I do think I have to do is restart the driver for
All luggage on board, Captain.
the Logitechs. Okay, so we have luggage on board, that's good. It doesn't appear that I can start the Logitech driver. Weird. So I will not have my radio panel for this flight. That's unfortunate. Oh well. We got bigger fish to fry as far as this flight is concerned anyway, so yeah, we'll just forget it for now. Cool. So those panel lights are on. Go ahead and get off the radio panel for a second here. We'll turn the panel lights on the pedestals here. Panel lights. Cool. Alright, we'll go to the flight computer. We do have to request our IFR clearance, so back to clearance. Request IFR
Dulles
clearance.
ground Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er ready to copy
Position
IFR
unit.
clearance to Toronto.
We're at KIAD.
Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er is cleared to Toronto Airport by the Mike Charlie Romeo Alpha Yankee 2 departure. Expect runway 1C, maintain FL 300.
Okay, we're flight level 300.
126. 65 squawk 1536.
We'll read back our clearance and we'll allow it to auto squawk for us because it didn't work doing it manually last time. We'll do our 200 knots again for our climb speed.
Is 126. 65 squawk 1536 Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er.
Definitely boarding a lot faster, that's good.
Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er read back correct. Contact ground on 121-625. Good day.
Okay, so we'll set up the FMC real quick. We'll go to performance and at zero fuel weight. Again, we'll do 3.0 on the reserves because we don't have that information. We'll do another cost index of 35. Our flight level today is 300. We'll sit there. Outside air temperature, whatever, cruise wind. We'll go ahead and execute that. N1 limit. 89.2 seems low, but these engines are also very powerful, so I'm not surprised. Takeoff, we'll do a flaps 5 takeoff again. Throw in our V-speeds. Those look just fine. Cool. So our index is good. We'll go to our route page, just make sure that we have everything there. We do have discontinuities, so we'll get rid of those. So, new deck. Get rid of that discontinuity, make sure there's no more. It does not appear there are, so now we have no more discontinuities. I'm going to get off of the thing. So our squawk code is in here, but again, it's probably going to be, yeah, it's saying 2000 again over here. We're just going to go to transponder mode here. We'll see if maybe that will help us. It's probably not going to, but at this point I'm willing to try anything that'll work for us. So we're going to double check everything. The route's good. The departure information, we are 01 center, so we'll throw the heading bug to 010. Sweet. Go up to the overhead panel, just verify that everything is exactly how I want it for now. It is. Oh yeah, cruise altitude, there it is. It's a good thing I double checked. Alright, 300, excellent. Now we're waiting for passengers to board. We got our departure and arrival information really good. Just double checking this, ILS 23. We are on the correct arrival here. Or we don't have an arrival, so that's good too. I almost wonder if this hold page works. Oh, it kind of does. This will definitely be something to test in the future. See if the default max can do a proper hold when you put it in the way you want it. Looks like we're getting the same thing going on for the VNAV. I think you have to have VNAV mode on for this page to be accurate, which I don't think is correct. But again, I'm not an actual 737 pilot, so I don't know for sure. So we'll just, again, roll with it. So now the aircraft is just about ready. So let's wait for the passengers to load again.
Captain, all passengers on board. 50% of fuel.
Alright, so we had a bit of a malfunction with the radio panel. It's not working. I tried going back to getting the plug-in working again, and then my computer started doing some weird stuff, but now we're back. So let's go ahead and request our pushback. We're ready to go for pushback.
Dulles ground, Boeing
Go to the
Lima
overhead
Alpha,
panel here,
India
get everything
5,
ready.
19er
Forward
gate,
pumps coming
Charlie
on, center
6
pumps are coming
information
on.
Foxtrot. Request
APU,
pushback.
we'll switch over to Gen 1 on the
Boeing Lima
knob up
Alpha
here.
India 519er Dulles ground. Pushback approved.
Okay, we are approved for pushback, so let's go ahead and just prepare everything. Packs can go off, ISOL valve is on, APU bleed is on, beacon's coming on, and we'll go ahead to ground services. We'll release our parking brake, and we will request our pushback.
Dulles ground, Boeing Lima Alpha, India 5, 19er requesting pushback.
Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er pushback request accepted.
Alright, so no radio panel for this flight, and I did manage to get the computer working just fine again, so.
Tow bar in place, Captain.
Alright, so pushback is beginning. We'll wait for the ignition clearance to get our engine started.
You are cleared to start engines.
Alright, clear to start engine, so right ignition is coming on. N2 is rising. Oil pressure is coming up. EGT is coming up. Waiting for oil temp to rise. Probably won't until we introduce the fuel. We are now motoring. Alright, 25% N2, the fuel is being introduced.
Pushback is complete.
Our pushback is complete. We'll set parking brake again. And we have a good start on engine number 1. Throttle to idle. Alright, engine number 2. Now we're going to start engine number 1. Ignition's coming on. Oh, the taxi light's on. That's interesting. We're not ready to taxi yet. Alright, oil temps up on engine number 2, so oil pressure is rising. EGT on engine 1 should be coming up. N2 is motoring. Introduce fuel. Alright, oil temps rising, EGT's coming up. Alright. We are in the green, in this case white, for all of our engine conditions. And we have a good start for engine number 1. Alright. Yacht amper's coming on, fuel pumps are staying on, Gen 1 will turn the engine generators on. Everything's looking good. Probe heats can come on. Hydraulic pumps are all on. We'll throw our packs back on. Auto. ISOL valve to auto. And then we'll turn the engine bleeds on. APU bleed off. Turn the APU off. Looking good there. Flaps 5. Auto brake to RTO. We'll do a flight control check. Ailerons are good. Elevator's good. And the spoilers are good. Alright, flight controls are free and correct. We are in our takeoff configuration, so we will go ahead and release the parking brake, hold the brakes, and we'll go to ground, and we will request our taxi. Effect clearance. And taxi
Dulles
IFR.
ground, Boeing Lima Alpha, India 519er, with Foxtrot ready to taxi IFR.
Boeing Lima Alpha India 51 enter taxi to and hold short of runway 1C using
Taxi lights coming on.
Tree Echo 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 2 Foxtrot Zulu Yankee 8 Yankee Yankee Niner. Contact tower on 120. 1 when ready.
Okay, acknowledge the taxi
Taxiing
clearance.
hold short runway 1C via taxiway. Echo Echo Tree Echo 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 2 Foxtrot.
Okay, making
Zulu
another
Yankee
left
8
turn.
Yankee Yankee Niner, Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er.
Alright. We will begin our taxi. So that passenger boarding was significantly shorter than the last flight, less than half the passengers, and then of course things have to get messed up, and we wait anyway. Oh well. Looks like we're going to go through a little bit of a cloud layer upon takeoff. Looks pretty high up there, shouldn't be too crazy. Well, you know what I did forget to do was set my trim. Do about 4.5. That seemed to work really well for us last time. Maybe back a little bit further because it does like to nose down more than it should. We are in our taxi. Flight directors are coming on. We'll go ahead and throw heading mode on and level change.
stow your hand luggage underneath the seat in front of you or in an overhead compartment. Make sure your seat back and folding trays are in full upright position. If you are seated near an emergency exit, carefully read the special instructions card located by your seat. A reminder that this is non-smoking flight, including the lavatories. If you have any questions, feel free to ask one of our attendants. Thank you. Dulles Tower, Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er ready for IFR departure runway 1C.
Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er altimeter 3064. Cleared for takeoff, runway 1C.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 1C, Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er. Dear passengers, please fasten your seatbelts and secure all baggage underneath your seat or in the overhead compartments. Place your seats and table trays in the upright position. Turn off all personal electronic devices, including laptops and cell phones, and prepare for takeoff. Washington Center, Boeing Lima Alpha, India 519er, is passing 7,900 feet, climbing FL tree 00.
Boeing Lima Alpha, India 519er, Washington Center, altimeter tree 0. 65 radar contact continue to HAYGR. Boeing Lima Alpha, India 519er, your transponder appears inoperative or malfunctioning. Reset, squawk 15 tree 6.
Passing 10,000
Alright, so we'll start preparing for the approach now, see what we're dealing with. Oh, that's interesting. Whatever was shown on the EFB before we loaded the mission is no longer there as far as going downwind the runway and turning around, so... Okay. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll go ahead and look at this ILS chart. It looks like it does appear for Toronto. So we're doing the ILS 23. Let's confirm that via the EFB. It is in fact runway 23, so we'll look at the ILS localizer runway 23. Alright, so first things first, the ILS frequency is 111.5. So since my radio panel is not working, we'll just put that down here. 111.5, there you go. 0, throw that in the active. Approach course. We're looking at, is that 237, is that what the course is? Yep, 237. So we'll throw that in both courses here.
Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er contact Cleveland Center on 126. 725. Good day.
126. 725 for Boeing Lima Alpha India 5.
Alright, so we got the frequency, we got the approach course. Now we'll look at the minimums down here. Real quick, contact Cleveland Center.
Cleveland Center, Boeing Lima
Alright, so
Alpha
Cal 1
India
DME.
519er
So we got
FL
810. We'll switch over to Barrow and go up to 810.
Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er reset transponder. Squawk 1536.
And this transponder thing is not good. Alright, minimums are set to 810. We'll go to our approach page and get our VREF speed. Alright, flaps 30, 139, so 30 slash 139. We'll put that in our VREF slot. There we go. Now we have minimums, our VREF speed. And it looks like our center tanks are empty, so we'll turn those pumps off.
Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er verify squawking 1536.
Almost seems like the transponder is going in and out as far as accuracy. It's really weird. Okay, so about 40 miles before top of descent, because now I'm worried that since we don't have an arrival, ATC is not going to descend us at all. So we'll descend ourselves 40 miles from the top of descent to get below 180. We'll cancel our IFR, and then we'll try and shoot the ILS into Toronto, and hopefully that gives us some points on our airline procedures for radio calls. And everything is looking good for now, so now we'll wait until 40 miles before top of descent, and we'll get this show on the road.
Cleveland Center, Boeing Lima Alpha, India 5, 19er FL Tree 00.
Boeing Lima Alpha, India 519er, Cleveland Center radar contact. Continue to new deck. Boeing Lima Alpha, India 519er reset transponder. Squawk 15 tree 6. Boeing Lima Alpha, India 519er reset transponder. Squawk 15 tree 6. Boeing Lima Alpha, India 519er verifies squawking 15 tree 6.
So it seems like our ability to decrease our cruising altitude has disappeared, so I'm gonna assume that that means we are going to get a proper descent to our destination. At least that's what I hope anyway. We'll see how it goes.
75 Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er. Cleveland Center Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er FL Tree 00.
Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er Cleveland Center radar contact. Continue to new deck. Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er verifies squawking 1536. Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er, your transponder appears inoperative or malfunctioning. Reset. Squawk 1536.
So it is entirely possible that I'm a moron, and the reason we keep getting yelled at for our squawk code is because this little knob right here was on standby and not auto. That... hopefully that's the problem, and that it's fixed. So maybe it's not a bug. Oops. Very worried about not being able to decrease our cruise altitude and then cancel our IFR, because now we're relying on the in-game ATC to give us a descent, and this game doesn't really like to do that from my experience.
125. 2 for Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er. Cleveland Center Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er FL Tree 00.
Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er Cleveland Center radar contact. Continue to new deck.
Okay, we're almost 10 miles from top of descent, and we seem to be kind of getting bumped around a lot, so the fasten seatbelt signs are going to come on. And I'm really hoping that ATC gets us lower. Alright, top of descent is coming in, so we're going to slow down to Mach 0.7. And then let's hope to get an instruction right about now. Doesn't seem like we can see our vertical descent angle, so that's unfortunate.
Boeing Lima Alpha
Okay, we did get a descent. That's nice.
And maintain 3,000 feet.
Descend and maintain 3,000 foot Boeing Lima Alpha
So let's let's give ourselves an 1,800 foot per minute descent. We're going to go down to 3,000. So here's another interesting bug. Even though you switch to the Mach mode on the speed hold, it looks like it doesn't go off of Mach number at all. It only goes by the knots over here. So I guess we'll just flip it back to knots mode and stick with the... Go ahead and go 280 on the speed. But yeah, even when you're in the Mach mode, it doesn't hold it by that number, it only goes knots. So that's something that could definitely get fixed. So we have our descent going, we have our approach data all in the aircraft. Got our course, our ILS frequency, minimums, VREF speed. We're in good shape to come into Toronto. We'll verify everything up here looks exactly how I want it, which it does. Cool.
Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er, you are 55 miles southeast. Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect vectors ILS runway 2 tree approach.
Now here's the question, are they going to vector us to the ILS, or are we going to have to vector
Maintain present
ourselves?
heading and altitude. Expect vectors ILS runway 2 tree approach. Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er.
Okay, let's see if we need to give them any descent
Boeing Lima
information.
Alpha India 519er, contact
Not
Toronto
yet.
Center on 124. Niner 25. Good day.
124. 925 Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er. Toronto Center, Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er is passing FL 230, descending 3,000 feet.
Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er, Toronto Center radar contact. Continue to NUDEC.
It's a good thing we have this green arc to our advantage, because I just realized we weren't going to make NUDEC by... we weren't going to make 4,000 by the time we reached NUDEC. And, yeah. Seems like the VNAV stuff, yeah, still, everything's in manual. So you may have to have VNAV mode on to even touch that page and alter any information that lies within it. Now we do have a prompt to let the passengers know.
Dear passengers, we are approaching Toronto/Pearson International. Please fasten your seatbelt and adjust your seat back and tray table to the upright position. Please secure your carry-on baggage in the overhead compartment or under the seat in front of you. All electronic devices must be turned off until the aircraft is parked. Thank you.
And then at 15,000 feet, we'll advise flight attendants of final descent. Go ahead and reset our altimeter. Actually, we're descending quickly, so we'll just advise him now. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to change our heading a little bit. We're going to go try and go a little bit more to the right side on the MFD here so we can make a better turn into the ILS course. So we'll throw that in heading mode, make a little bit of a right turn. We'll go 360. Alright, 12,000 feet, so let's reduce the airspeed to 240.
Boeing Lima Alpha.
Reduce our descent.
19er contact, Toronto approach on 124 for 75. Good day.
Going to 124. For 75, Boeing Lima Alpha.
So in real life, you for sure would have gotten a vector by now.
Toronto approach, Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er is passing 12,300 feet, descending 3,000 feet.
Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er, Toronto approach altimeter 30. 64 radar contact, continue to new deck. Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er, contact Toronto Center on 124. 9er 25, good day.
It's a very strange handoff to get right now.
Going to 124. 9er 25, Boeing Lima Alpha India
our spoilers in and increase our descent rate again.
Boeing Lima Alpha, India 519er contact.
Over to
Toronto
approach again. We're coming up on 11,000 feet, so we'll get our landing lights on early.
Passing 10,000 feet.
124 for 75 Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er.
Okay, so we're back onto approach.
Toronto approach, Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er is passing 10,700 feet, descending 3,000 feet.
Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er, Toronto approach altimeter tree 0. 6-2 radar contact, continue to new deck.
Okay, our airspeed is slowly increasing. Let's walk out a little bit of the descent rate. Because we don't want to get dinged again for 250 under 10,000. Yeah, it's wanting to increase more. Yep, of course. So it looks like you can't even go 0.1 of a knot over the speed. Why does it keep flashing? That's the question. I hope it didn't just give me 4 separate docks for that one. The way this aircraft is bobbing is a little sketchy because the airspeed indicator keeps going up and down, and I don't want to get another one thrown at me. Alright, so we'll try and reduce to 210 knots on the airspeed. What on earth is this plane doing right now? Okay, so the autopilot seems to be struggling, so we're going to take over by hand. Very touchy aircraft. So we're going to try and put ourselves as close to a 30-degree intercept as we can. Not even be the autopilot, it might just be the weather acting really weird. There is quite the obnoxious change in wind speed over here. So auto throttle's coming off. put the heading bug on runway heading for now. Slowly coming up to 3,000. Gonna turn towards new deck now. And we'll maintain 3,000, try and intercept that glide slope. Want to proceed direct new deck.
Boeing Lima Alpha India 519, you are 19 miles northeast of Toronto.
What?
Climb and maintain 4,800 feet. Contact Toronto Tower on 118.
I don't know why it wants me at 4,800 after it cleared me to 3,000.
And maintain 4,800 feet tower on 118. Tree 5 Boeing Lima Alpha India 519.
We're going to ignore that altitude instruction because we do have visual anyway.
Toronto Tower, Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er, 17 miles northeast inbound ILS runway, 2 tree approach.
Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er, Toronto Tower. Altimeter tree 0. 62 cleared ILS runway, 2 tree approach.
Cleared ILS runway 2 tree approach.
Okay,
Boeing
flaps
Lima
on.
Alpha India 519er.
Walk out some speed. Alright, now we'll go flaps 5. Try and maintain 180. We want to intercept the runway path. Trim is very, very touchy on this. Alright, trying to intercept that localizer. It's coming in. Oop. Overdid a little bit, don't want it to get away from us. Just gonna keep it a little bit slow, I guess, so we have better control of our approach. Don't want to chase the needles too much. Very slightly on the left side, so we'll just do a real nice slight right turn to get that localizer centered. Still waiting on that glide path to come in. I want to say I have the runway in sight over here. Hope I actually do have the runway in sight. Okay. It's not quite this right here, it's this. Kind of difficult to see, but we got it now. Alright, that glide path is coming in. Alright, we intercepted the glide path, gears coming down. Then once we get 3 greens, we will
We've
put
left
flaps
the landing
15.
gear down.
we are doing exactly what the airlines do. Alright, gear is down, 3 greens, auto brake is going to 3. We just got cleared to land, taxi lights coming on.
Clear to land runway 23.
Flaps 15.
Clear
Acknowledge
to
our
land
landing
runway
clearance.
23, Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er.
And we're a little on the left side of the localizer once again, so we'll turn back over. Got a 19 knot crosswind coming from the right side. So we'll slowly work our way back to center line. Alright, flaps are going to 25. Seeing center line. Here we go. With a little bit of a crab to the right.
1,000.
Glide slope is looking pretty good. A little tad bit above it. We'll drop down just a hair. There we go. Flaps 30. Let's make up for all the problems that we had earlier by making an excellent landing. The wind speed is decreasing, so a little bit less of a crab. Trying to get the trim to help us out, but it's too touchy.
500. 400.
The pitch really likes to bob up and down like a boat.
Approaching minimums.
A little bit of a sink right there.
Minimums 200. 100. 50. 40. 30. Light slow. 20. Light slow. Light slow.
Try not to slam it. Touch it down nicely. Come on. There we go. Nice, easy, smooth landing. Kick that rudder to the left. A little bit of a frame drop.
Did you copy?
I did acknowledge my landing clearance. Oh boy. Ooh, we are laggy here.
Boeing Lima Alpha India 519er, turn next taxiway.
Oh my goodness, what is this lag right here? Entered a taxiway. Oh my goodness. I do not know what is happening to this flight right now. Does this want us anywhere? It wants us to turn around. Alright, we'll do that. Clean up the flaps. APU's coming on. Oof. My frames are not happy right now. Oh, you know what? My auto brake was still working for some reason. Oh man. Well, it's going to be a very laggy taxi back to the gate. For some reason we have ice forming on the windshield, despite our windshield heats being on. Let's just hope that these frame rates come back up as we continue our taxi. This is brutal. APU gens coming on, probe heats can go off, engine anti-ice can go off, engine ignition off. Let's go ahead and pause for a second. Maybe we can't. Oh, we can. Let's pause for a second, see if we can get those frame rates to come back up. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to get him back up. Okay. Well, I guess let's just ride this laggy taxi. We're crossing the runway. We'll just keep everything on until we get to the parking stand. Slow this bad boy down to make this turn. Oh man, what is happening to these frames right now? You know what? This mission's already cooked, so we're just gonna skip to the shutdown. I don't know if I could deal with another half mile of just constant buffering. Alright, so parking brake is set. Go to the overhead panel. Yeah, yaw damper can come off. Fuel pumps can come off. Well, center pumps. Landing lights and turn off lights can all come off. Position lights steady. Or actually, we didn't shut down the engines yet. We'll leave that for now. Windshield heat can come off. Probes are already off. Hydraulic pumps, A's are on, B's are off. APU bleeds coming on. Engine bleeds are coming off. We'll go ahead and shut down the engines. We're going to anti-collisions off, and we'll wait for the engines to stop and then just see what happens. Alright, so we got a B. I'll take the B rating. It got us 6 times for the 250 under 10,000 feet, which is not really what happened at all. It was hitting me at like 248, 249, so that's inaccurate. Yeah, that's bad, but whatever. We'll take the B, roll with it, and we'll get our reputation up elsewhere. Might have to hold off on these airliner missions for now, but at least we got almost 20,000 credits. That's a plus. This is going to take a massive hit. Yep. Level 76, that's not too bad. Alright, so the 737 is still a little bit of a mess, the default. The career mode is still a little bit of a mess, lots of bugs. The transponder thing was my fault. It seems that I forgot to turn it off of standby into reporting mode. The 737 controls like garbage. It's very wobbly on the pitch. Something happened with the autopilot at the beginning of the flight where I put it into level change mode and it did not initiate, even though it was indicating that it was on. So we busted the 250 speed on climb out, and then just a lot of stuff going on during the descent that kind of had us. We did bust the speed once, but then I fixed it, but then it hit us 5 more times after that for some reason. So might take a break from career mode again, run a VATSIM flight, maybe a couple times until we get another update on Flight Sim 2024. I have to decide on that, but there you go. Still a little buggy. Hope you enjoyed, and yeah. That's that. Don't know when I'll stream again, but I think we're going back to 2020 and doing a VATSIM flight, so enjoy. See ya!